Almost done. Okay. Let's see. What do I have here? Bunch of photo bashing. Everything is kind of unclean. Okay, put this close. Test. Where's my pen? I think I want to put some kind of foreground element here. One that kind of goes to the foreground. Let's see. Something that goes. Something goes into. Mullins was saying one of the feedbacks, the matte painters don't exist anymore. It's all done in 3D. RIP. Yeah, I was actually thinking this. But yeah, good morning, XC. What's up? Yeah, I think 3D has become kind of the industry standard. And Photoshop bros and like people like Shadi Safadi have been saying this forever, so you know. So this is like if this is coming to you as a what's it called? Surprise. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely I don't know. I've always just wanted to paint, and so it's tough to. Yeah, it's definitely like. It's definitely tough. Yeah, definitely. So I think 2D is still going to be important at some point, but not for the case of, you know, matte painting, like the original matte painting where it was like a still that actors were actually in front of. It's just like it's not very efficient. Why not have like, because a still is a still, right? Why not have 3D, which is movement, right? You can have an animation, you can have all this stuff. So it's like the idea of just having a still image that kind of like not as efficient, especially if you can use all those assets. It's like, so what would you replace a green screen with? So anyway, so I think the parts where you could get employed as a 2D artist are pretty much always shrinking. Photography has basically become and for a long time has been actually now, the go-to for books, right? There's a lot of fantasy books that are just, it's cheap, easy, and it works, and like you don't need to pay $800 for what's called. So, yeah, it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough out there. So even an entry level job for like from a publisher might expect you as just an illustrator to do something really, really crazy. So one of the students was saying he wanted to be a matte painter, and Craig Mullins said, you want to think of another direction unless you enjoy 3D. Oof. Big yikes. Yeah, matte painter. Yeah, people like Craig Mullins are basically let me add this key because all the keys are have been reworked. Let me add the keyboard shortcut first, select inverse. Yeah, I think the application for illustration is slowly getting smaller and smaller. Just getting kind of replaced. I guess it would be in menus. Slowly replaced. So, it's always up to us to show people that, illustration is great. You don't need to go to 3D. You should like illustration. But if we can't do that, then, they'll go for something basically cheaper. And this is like the tale of any sort of way of doing something. It's always going to be outmoded by the most effective and cheapest at the same time. So yeah, I think people like Rangia will still get work because they're basically legends, something like that. They don't really represent artists, right? They represent kind of this it's like, I don't know, thinking of a CEO as an example of a man, right? Yes, the CEO is a man. This CEO is a man, but the comparison is so fruitless. Yeah, the things that Rangia and Craig Mullins are doing are just so different from what's called just regular artists, that they're just kind of like a league of their own, category of their own. Hey, Midge? Can I call you Midge? How's it going, dude? I don't know what that is, but awesome. Sounds like he's doing some green lighting for a movie currently. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I feel like 3D is gonna be basically a requirement for most of these jobs now. It's just no point, because when you have someone that can do, you know, they can do assets, they can also model, they have, you know, the ability to make, you know, game ready stuff, and they can also illustrate. Why would you trade that person for someone who could just illustrate? And people don't even really want illustration at this point, so it's like who knows? I don't know, man. How dare you? I dare. I dare. Very much so. Oh, is it? Yeah, I'm definitely calling you Midge. I actually, I went on a little trip because my friend said something funny. He said that there's a difference. There's like two different diagnoses, and I was like, no, there's just one. There's dwarfism, and he's like, no. There's definitely a, there's also midgets, and I was like, nope, nope, no. There's only, not how medicine works. You gotta, you know, it's very clear. Usually, you have, you know, one cause, one, what's it called, or you know, when it's, you know, it's polygenic or different causes. But usually, it's, and then you wouldn't call it, you know, something completely different. It would be the same name, and then you would, you know, add a prefix of it, or some sort of word like idiopathic glomerulonephritis, some shit like that. It wouldn't be, yeah, we're gonna call this something different now. And sometimes I guess there are probably exceptions, but for the most part. So I'm definitely calling you Midge. Rest in pastrami. What's green lighting? Is that like the work before green light, like pre-production? Because that sounds kind of fun. I actually wanted to ask then. Totally derogatory towards the little people. Why? When you're trying to get funding for a project? Oh, okay. Basically like a Kickstarter. But I guess what they're doing is they're manufacturing a minimally viable prototype and going to some big boy. I need to really think about how I'm gonna do this arm, because I have a lot of texture here that I want to use, but yeah, I'm just not sure how I'm gonna work it in. Because I have to build the muscles. Yeah, hey, fish in my dish. The cap is back. Yeah, I used to use it a long time ago, and I'm using it again. And I have a backdrop too, and some other fun toys. But yeah, how's it going? What's up? Yeah, I think 3D is definitely like growing. Almost like there's almost, it feels like soon you won't be able to do even like 2D for animation. It just won't happen because it's gonna be like, it's gonna be too arcane, too weird. Maybe, who knows? Or at least it seems like it's just easier to do it in 3D. Seems like it. Cleaning your room, having fun, procrastinating, always good. also going to be light coming in here. I don't know why I have it darkened. I think there's going to be light there. And then maybe light on the other side. Yeah, I think I need a reference for this. I think I had one. Let me see. Meant to be cleaning the bathroom floor. Yeah, I usually do all the cleaning in one day. We don't live in a big apartment, and I could just vacuum and then just like quickly mop everything, and then it's all fine. Let me see. I need a bodybuilder poses. Back. Bodybuilder poses back. Yeah, man's infinite potential to be distracted. Let me see. I think one of these should be. I think it's too much. Maybe not bodybuilder. Man. How about man? Muscular. This is almost what I want without so I can actually, you know, maybe I could just estimate the distances this way. Maybe. Let me see. I think there could be a better reference. I'm gonna check. Because I had some. Oh, naked boy butt. That's not what I'm looking for. Gotta keep entertained. Yeah, I have what's it called? So they let me through the first and second interview. So now I have to teach a real class. It's gonna be interesting because I'm not sure I've mastered all of the this one's a little closer. All of the necessary things. I think I could use that one actually. That one's not so far away. Gonna need a better brush though. Let me go with Old Reliable. I have a lot of texture in here now, so I need to, I think, cut some of it out. So yeah, I'm gonna be aiming for something like between those two. Yeah, maybe I can. Maybe I can clean this up a little bit. Feels like. Feels like there's a lot of weird colors and stuff. But yeah, I figured I need some practice with the cam, so. So I decided to bring it back. Let's see how it goes. I also moved it a little bit, and the original reason why I took it out was that I wasn't able to fix the audio gap. but it's mostly fixed now, so I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm not exactly sure how I did it, but I spent an evening on it and I changed it and it works. So I'm not even gonna touch it. I'm not even gonna touch it right now. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's interesting. Like every time I think of like the things I could do for, you know, as an application of this, every time I re-investigate that, that list kind of shrinks. So I don't know. I feel like eventually, you're just gonna have to be super, 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 super good to compete with modern kind of 3D aesthetics. So something like Brad Rigney, right? It looks like 3D, takes him a while, but it's very powerful, and no one's trying to, you know, get rid of that look. I think might be a good thing too, because usually when something becomes niche, it might also become pretty expensive. So you might just get into the position where you're the only person doing it, and yeah, because it's uninviting to someone like starting out. Maybe we'll see. There's a lot of people doing illustration right now, right? Or concept art through this type of thing, but or Photoshop concept art, right? Concept design. But I think eventually people are gonna like not want to do it because it's not gonna be a really even, I wouldn't say surefire, but like even viable. And so a lot of people are gonna just stop, I think. And so yeah, anyone who's able to kind of stay will be a, you know, a pretty rare commodity. So we'll see. We'll see. I would rather, you know, there just be different, different ways for, us to you know, work. Why is this wet? Oh, okay, because it's not sampling. Yeah, I think something like what Kim Jung-gi is doing might become a way that people do this. Something like a performance art. maybe. But yeah, it's pretty tough. And it's always like it's always like a question of economics, I think, and so anyone who's unwilling to, I don't know, like lower living expenses, you know, someone who gets shifted out of that the role because of, you know, it's just untenable. They'll probably go to something similar. So maybe like a lot of people are going to be picking up 3D, and there's just going to be like an overabundance of 3D guys. I don't know. It's tough to make any sort of prediction. But yeah, I think people will adapt, and at the same time, I think I don't think 3D is here forever either. So we'll see. We'll see. It's always like you're always looking for that new thing, what's poppin', you know? What is lit? I think that's kind of what a lot of artistry is. But yeah, I personally I think we barely scratched the surface of what illustration can do. I think there's much more that is out there. So even if, you know, even if illustration is shifted out of the roles, like concept art, you know, I think there's plenty of other things that we can discover and do. Let's see. Let's see. I noticed that one of my favorite parody accounts got banned. Because it was indistinguishable from the real thing. I think that's like a great success of parody. When you have literally people that can't tell if you are the parody, even if it says parody in the what's called. So he's basically, you know, when you have something like that, they should be moved to a, you know, a greater tier of some sort, you know, like he should be working for, I don't know, like a comedy network, but instead he's banned off of, or she's banned in off of Twitter. I think that's too bad. You ever get punished for being too successful? That's basically what happened there. Just too good. Just too good. We can no longer tell. I'm a big fan of impressions, so and I can't really do female impressions for obvious reasons. So, you know, I'm always just like interested in what other people are doing and how they're making their voice work and stuff like that. That's always kind of just cool. But yeah, I think impressions are awesome. And I hope that guy makes another account. Just does a worse job slightly. It kind of sucks, you know, when a company tells you you have to downgrade your craft. Just like a little baffling. Usually though, I think like this person will be fine because I think there's now plenty of people that want basically like a fake commercial from him. We'll see. Yeah, it seems like every day I'm reading about Twitter bans. Every day someone's getting kicked off the platform. So this is like escalating instead of de-escalating. I don't know, there's a lot of these weird laws popping up right now that I just think like are super unconstitutional. And yeah, I guess we'll see. Texas has one right now, and there's one in the works. I think in Florida. I believe it's Florida, but it stops companies from banning you and from social media, basically. Which is kind of weird, kind of a very weird specific legislation, but yeah, well, we'll see. Hey Zach, what's up, dude? How's it going? I think most of the laws would fall as soon as they're tried. Court of law. I don't think any of them are gonna get passed either. Maybe Texas, but I don't know. I kind of like to see like what are the crazy little innovations that people put out. And, you know, law innovations are pretty interesting to me because they're always, you know, usually it's laws outside of my my state, so I could just kind of point and laugh and say, oh wow, that's interesting. There's one right now where Donald Trump wants to force police to do their jobs. Basically, that's making it a requirement for police to do or to enforce federal law. So that also seems like a really weird overstep. Seems like no one really cares about state rights versus federal anymore. It's just like, we're just gonna do this, we're just gonna do that. Seems really weird. I could kind of imagine a big debate coming up. Let's see. A lot of really weird laws. Some states want to take candidates off the ballot if they don't release their tax returns. So this is kind of another weird one. In that same state versus federal, like there's a lot of state versus federal type of conflicts arising. Really strange to watch. It's like I don't know, a tug of war that's being constantly like reiterated, and like you have both sides kind of pulling. Just kind of at the same time. Usually it's like one side and then they counter, something like that, but now it's just like everybody wants very, very uncompromising legislation. I don't know. It's just kind of interesting to see how this type of stuff like occurs. Some of it could be like openly interpreted as disobedience, civil disobedience almost. State disobedience. And the other part can be kind of interpreted as some sort of authoritarian power grab. So, you know, weird time to be alive in America. Weird time. I'm kind of worried because I feel like a lot of people care about this stuff, and I feel like it's a lot of stuff too fast. So legislation is supposed to be slow. All these things are not slow. a lot of like non-problems being escalated to problem status and then handled. I don't know. I could still remember when we had compromises and stuff like that. I don't think that people want to compromise these days. I think they want their own specific brand of what's right. And their opposition wants the other thing. And it's not really principled. Not really. Not really well thought out either. a lot of power grabs. I don't know, it's really weird. Also, there's no good MMORPGs coming out, so I'm pretty sad. Nothing to play. Some of the things that people are excited for, I just like, I can't fathom. Can't fathom why they're excited about it. Like Pantheon. Just kind of looks like shit. It's by the creators of EverQuest. Wow. It's like, yeah. I guess everyone forgot about like EverQuest Next. And the fact that it's canceled. Guess none of that really matters. I don't know. Video games seem to be going down this route of who can get people to get the most, do the most microtransactions. With the lowest amount of effort. So something like, you know, always the cheapest solution, always the weakest product. So something like mobile games becoming just the most important, I guess. I don't know. The most viable gaming platform. Every MMORPG has a mobile version now. It's just like, it's almost required. If you want to be an MMORPG, you gotta have like a mobile version. And I get the gear is like better than, you know, a bunch of years ago. But I even have one of those, you know, new phones. I don't know, I just see it as a toilet entertainment machine. I don't see it as like a what would you call it? The next evolution of video games? But there's a lot of risk, you know, trying to make a good video game. And so people try to do things like formulaic video games under a different IP. So like, what if it was, you know, X game, but let's Let's do it in Fallout. Let's do a Fallout universe version of a survival game. That sounds like a great idea. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, people. Let's just sell them what they want, and they want survival games, right? That's what the people want. And don't get me wrong, I like survival games. But this is like one of those. Oh wow! So this is just a shameless money grab. Huh, okay, so you outsourced all of the development to some other small studio? Interesting. Okay. Wow, okay, the Diablo 3 strategy, you know, that's when you say, oh no, that's a different Blizzard. Kind of good, kind of amazing when you can just blame someone else all the time. Let me see, I think I made this body a little bit too small. Just take these out. Duplicate this layer, merge it up. Yeah. Okay, so now there's much more clear muscle definition. Okay, now just want to change this size, I think. Because he's closest, right? He's closest. It's actually something I've been working towards for a while. Because, like, their bodies aren't in, what's it called? Isn't in scale enough, I feel like. So, see, because here they're all aligned. They're all their feet are aligned. So they're kind of all, like, in the same area. But they should actually be a little bit farther away. So this one, a little bit farther away. This one too, probably I want to change. Let me flip it over. Just to make sure. Yeah, he was very top heavy, and now he's just a little bit closer. Okay, so I'm gonna merge that down. This guy's head is kind of in the wrong spot. I think I wanna. Like, I don't know, simplify it a little bit. Hey, Hellbeckons, what's up, dude? How's your morning? I mean this in a non-offensive way. Are you cockeyed? A little bit, yeah, sometimes. A little bit. Sometimes. It's mostly minor, so I don't think of it as like a disability or anything. That would be like, I wouldn't be able to tell you, right? Does it affect your art? I wouldn't be able to know. Like, you could make a claim about it. Like, it does, right? Versus what? So you would have to, I don't know, to prove that it does, you would have to create like a me that isn't cockeyed, I guess. Some people can't see out of, like, there's different different versions of this, I guess. So they can't see out of both eyes. I don't have that. I can see out of both eyes. But yeah. It must on some level, I would guess. But I don't think like an examination would help anyone. I think most of the like ways that this is treated is, you know, surgical and not actually like some sort of barbarism that we've inherited. Something like how they fix left-handed people. So I find it interesting. I find people with odd conditions for their job. I wouldn't say that this is an odd condition for their, I guess it could be an odd condition if you were, you know, you thought it was important. I don't think it is. That's why I can do it, I think. Or it's kind of a proof that it's not important. Like, I'm not blind, right? Yeah, Tourette's syndrome doesn't make you a worse surgeon, I don't think. It depends on what kind of Tourette's syndrome, right? Like, there's different ones. Ones that are just speech, for instance. Yeah, one that affects like mimicry. I mean, like, your hands aren't your mimic muscles, right? Double eye tick like Ethan. Huh. Oh yeah, Ethan has that weird, yeah, I don't, you know, like, I guess the classification is a little bit wonky. You know, I think at some point we're gonna redefine some of these classifications, how they work. Make it much more about the thing. Yeah, I know. But yeah, it's it definitely doesn't like impede what does Ethan do, right? He does comedy writing, right? I think a lot of people have these like conceptions of perfection they carry around in their heads. And it's some kind of weird like almost like a platonic form of a human. And they think that they represent this platonic form, when in reality, evolution is a story of mistakes, And so, sure, if it's just that, you know, something like my condition be very visceral because you can see it. Theirs isn't, and it's always like, oh well, we're all just really normal people. Which is funny because, like, you know, normative, right? We're all normal. It's strange. I think if you looked in depth, you would discover kind of that people aren't very ever really matching with that ideal. Be scoring you. Hey, what's up, dude? How's it going? But yeah, it's like one of those things that I can actually change a little bit. It actually gets worse if I'm playing video games a lot, or if I'm looking into the screen a lot. Like if I take periods of time where I'm just always just looking, what's it called? And when I realize it, I can actually correct. Just kind of weird because it's almost like it's not something that you usually control, right, with your mind. You don't think about breathing. It's automatic. Same way you don't think about, you know, aligning your eyes. It's not you're not really thinking about, oh, I need to, you know, use this muscle in this way. Not as what's called. Well, I do now, thanks. Yeah, you're now manually breathing. There you go. Enjoy. So yeah, there's definitely some prejudice, but it's kind of like, you know, I don't know. I've never really thought about caring. I was just kind of like, yeah, whatever. Not that interested. At the end of the day, like I don't think it affects me. However, I could be wrong, but the claim would be unfalsifiable. Like I couldn't prove it to you. Not in the same way that, you know, it's something like blindness. It's like, I just don't know. Can a blind person draw? I have no idea. Can't test it. Yeah, there's too many other factors to disentangle. I like to think that it doesn't. Another thing is, you know, even if you were saying like it does definitely, we don't live out like, you know, something like a biological determinism for a lot of these things. There's usually some way of adapting to your environment, to your what's called. It could be a skill, could be some other way of adapting to it. But yeah, that's like 2 hours on that question. Enjoy breathing manually. That's all I got. think I wanna change kind of how this shape works. Feels like it doesn't go into the neck correctly. Pop this shoulder over. And I kind of want it to be a little tilted. Because he's kind of like falling back. I feel like this one is also one that I kind of want to expand a little bit. Move his legs down. So yeah, I'm correcting anatomy again. Sometimes I redraw and then I, you know, retexture and then I have to recorrect. And so there's a guy named Andy Worski who has a stutter, and for like a good, I don't know, month and a half, which is pretty good for that kind of volatile market. He was like maybe 3 months, something like that. He was one of the more popular podcasters. It was kind of weird because he had a stutter, so and his program was a talk show. So, you know, someone pointed this out to him. I didn't really even think about it till till I heard it, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't really even think about that. It's kind of interesting that he is, what's it called? Where he is despite, a certain limitation. But I think strength is found in adversity. So. That'd also be a kind of a cool success story. Subverting expectations. Wow. I could only see from my left eye. Oh. Yikes. I actually have this, like, they tested me and they have this weird, they call it, I can see from both eyes at the same time. Most people have binocular visions, and instead I actually see both. So usually, like, you see one image and like one light, for instance, and the way they test it usually. And so you close one eye and you see that light, and you close your other eye and you see see that light. When you open both your eyes, you only see one light. I see two lights during that test, and it's kind of weird because, like, it's me breaking some kind of weird rule about binocular vision. So it only happens when I look at it with both eyes. That takes that's me, like, forcing myself to do it. It's not the natural way that I look at things. So I have, like, cooldowns for my superpowers. Like, shitty superpowers is what I have, basically. I think I could learn to force myself to do it all the time, but I haven't yet, and it's been a long time. I've been around for a long time, so I don't know if it's possible. It's just that to do that, I would have to correct at all times, and I think that would be very, very difficult. I don't know exactly how I would be able to do that. I guess being conscious of it at all times, which is very strenuous, but I think I could do it, maybe. But it is a muscle problem. One of my muscles is, like, weak. Actually, from streaming with the webcam, I've noticed that my eye muscles are super, super tired. Yeah, I can see depth okay. I mean, yeah, most of the time. Like, there's a lot of like calculation that goes on. Like, when I'm driving, I'm really, really afraid, and I'm also really, really conscious most of the time. And so I'm actively, like, correcting, and then I'm not cross-eyed. Usually I'm cross-eyed when it's, like, when I'm relaxed, or when I'm seventh favorite. I'm only the seventh. Can you just, like, I guess top 8, back in the days of MySpace, you would only have to have, like, what's it called? I constantly knock things over. I do crash into things when I'm really, really relaxed. If I relax my butthole, I mean, a very quick, what's it called? Very quick reflexes. So I can usually stop myself with like almost an inch from the what's called. But it's probably why I like video games. I have pretty good what's called pretty good reflexes usually, and so I don't know if that's a result of like just what's called being trained to avoid objects, um avoid objects and like by let's see. It's a little tired now, my eyes. Yeah, I can see depth and it's really weird. Real life made you a competitive player. Child trauma story. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's more like more adversity for me to go through, and I don't know. I'm kind of like I've accepted a lot of precepts from like Nietzsche, so for me it's just like whatever. It's not that big a deal. Child trauma story. No, Hellbacken's. What did Nietzsche said. Amor fati. Love your fate. All idealism is mendacity in the face of what is truly necessary. Tom was my friend. What happened to Tom? Tom wasn't Ukrainian. So I'm the only Ukrainian here. But yeah, I think I would really hate it to be thought of as like some kind of charity case. I think that would be incredibly detrimental to my state of being. Self-worth and everything else. Soft language. Shell shock. It's pure. 2 words. Hits you hard. Shell shocked. And then we keep going further and further. Yeah, I like that. I like that whole bit. Post-traumatic stress disorder. That's how far we've come. It's yeah, it was I think I like that one. I watched that one a couple times, I think. I don't remember all of it. But I think you'd probably like Bill Burr a lot. Bill Burr is like one of the people that I feel like has inherited some of Carlin's not giving a shit, I guess. If we lie to ourselves, we believe it. Guy is annoying. You don't like him? He doesn't scream. He just gets mad. It's very. He's an angry comedian, but he's very effective. He's very brutal. He's probably one of my favorites, I would say. Out of what's it called? Just turn him down. It's just that easy. He's very dynamic. I would say that he's very dynamic. You gotta get like which special did you watch? He's on what's called a lot talk shows and stuff, and like he'll say some outrageous things. But yeah, I would say that right now my favorites are gonna be something like Louis C.K., Dave Chappelle. That's not what dynamic. Well, thinking of Well, I don't know. I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by dynamic. Dynamic usually means like he he let's see this. I'm gonna merge this thing here. Move this down. I'm gonna add a little bit, and then no, I think I just made him a brainlet. Maybe just make it smaller. Think of it as lows and highs, having both. He just screams, aka no dynamics. I don't know. I usually don't focus too much on the speech, because there's a lot of I don't think. Are you sure we're talking about Bill Burr? He's like. You sure? He has a lot of his speech is pretty dynamic. Yeah, I'm not saying, okay? I'm not saying you gotta go hit a woman, all right? I'm just saying that if you cut it off right there, there's no more logic. He said, well, that's kind of a straw man, but it's not about hitting women. It's about, what's it called? It's kind of a critique of society and how we stop thinking about things that are uncomfortable for us, and how we have this like thing. But it's not really about hitting women. Hitting women is just it's kind of like the way a comedian gets you into the joke. It's not about women, right? It's actually about a deeper, like, this is what makes comedy interesting for me, is that there's always something that you say, and then I'm not saying we gotta hit women. I'm just saying there's no reason to hit a woman. That's just a lie. I think that was kind of the quote. So if I'm banned, I guess what's it called? I guess Bill Burr's banned. He had like, the whole thing is very interesting. The way we the way we infantilize, or the way we have some sort of we can't, like, this thought of an untouchable class is kind of a problem. So I don't know. I don't want to perform all of Bill Burr's act, but it was something like, there's no reason to hit a woman. After the last guy you sent me to watch, oh, you didn't like Sam Hyde, Paradigm Shift 2870? We're just gonna kill him. Old people, we're just gonna kill him. There's what's it called? That guy was major cringe. He just didn't get the genius of his comedy. Oh, sorry, but he just didn't get it. It's too good. Sam Hyde, like, wait, which one did you watch? Which one did you watch? Did you watch the TED Talk, or did you watch like $1 Million Extreme? This was like one of the top programs on Adult Swim, which kind of became like this show for basically outcast comedians, where the comedy was too niche. So now they had oh God, I forgot the name of the comedy, but they've had a lot of like very niche comedians. He is like PewDiePie. No. Like, wait, what did you watch? Did you watch like literal stand-up? Because he has some okay stand-up, like, but his stand-up is not what's it called, his masterpiece. His masterpieces are where he performs basically for the internet. And so usually what happens is he finds a crowd, some sort of collection of people. Oh, you watched the TEDx? You didn't like the TEDx? You gotta watch what's it called, World Peace, because it's sketch comedy. It's very short. World Peace, and it's really great. How can you watch George Carlin and watch this guy? I don't get it. Well, I guess you didn't get the comedy, because it's very intelligent. You just have to kind of understand what he's saying. Peace MDE. Yeah, there's a whole let me see. Yeah, it's still up on Adult Swim. You can still watch it for free. Um, they paid a lot for it, and it's probably one of the things that's what's it called. I don't know. It's very like his comedy really hits deep. It's not a um, it's not a just a thing you could watch once and just get. Because Carlin tried to spell it out. Um, I think Sam Hyde is a little bit more. He's a little bit more like you have to get the joke. You have to understand what makes the joke funny. So it's a little bit more niche. So I would recommend, But if you don't like, I don't know, Bill Burr is also really good. I don't know why you don't like Bill Burr. Billy Burr is probably like out of the living comics, probably one of the best. I would say like there's really not that many living greats. Hey Crimson Lee, thanks for the kind words. How's it going? But yeah, Sam Hyde's work is phenomenal. You probably just don't get it. Man. I would suggest watching, like, they're really short comedy shorts, so you could probably watch them in, like, an hour. You'd probably watch all of them as all the episodes. But it's pretty mean-spirited comedy. It's not, like, it's not. It doesn't have that spirit of levity. But yeah, there's like Norm Macdonald. There's Bill Burr, Sam Hyde, Dave Chappelle. I don't know. There's not a lot of like Louis C.K. does specials from time to time, so I guess Chris Rock still alive, not really doing specials. I don't know. Seinfeld, I think he's not really doing specials all that much. Like most of these guys are on chill. They don't have to do much. Bring back Louis. Like you see, so Louis's comedy is more spelled out, but it's still very funny. And he explores very interesting themes. It makes you think. That's why, that's why that comedy is worth watching. But we're in this kind of like atmosphere where it's just like anything I don't like is banned. I get to define what a joke is. This wasn't funny. It was offensive. So I don't know. The things that offend me aren't jokes. The things that offend me are like, I don't know, human trafficking, rape, your country. I read this joke about, well, it wasn't a joke. It was a tweet, where some guy was tweeting about Iran and Saudi Arabia. And he's like, yeah, the hypersexualized Western world, and they're all rapists. Look at how many people get raped there. It's so much. These statistics are just so much lower in Saudi Arabia and Iran. It's like, yeah, if you don't get the statistics, then yeah, of course, yeah. If rape is literally legal, then it's fine, because like, she didn't consent, but her brother and father did, or something like that. If there's two men that consented, then it's okay. Some shit like that. It's like if you redefine what rape is, then you can't have rape statistics. Yeah, this guy is just a pure gold mine. Like, yeah, okay. How many journalists did we chop up in our embassy? I think the answer is 0. I think that's a lot less. But yeah, you can't like talk about these things. It's just, oh, it's so taboo. I feel so bad, you know. That's what offends me, you know. Murder, um, this type of thing. That's what gets me like offended. Um, jokes don't do it. But yeah, that's when I get butt mad. When are we gonna teach Westerners not to rape? It's amazing. Let's see, this one was gold. I remember one where he was out on dinner with a woman. When was the last time you got your ass kicked? Oh, like Louis the I haven't actually seen the what's it called, the sitcom, or the what's it called. There's so many of them. Oh yeah, you know, I forgot to mention British comics because they're just like, for me, when I think of like stand up, I only think about Americans. But you have a lot of like good stand-ups from Britain that, you know, probably don't get as much appeal, like Jimmy Carr, like Ricky Gervais. Ha! So you're telling me there's no God? Ha! I love him. He's pretty good. What was his name? Graham Norton, I think. Kind of funny. I think he still does stand-up. I think a lot of them have moved on into different types of entertainment. I know Ricky has a what's it called, Netflix show right now. It's doing pretty good, I think. Louis' two movies. Which one were those? I know he has The Invention of Lying was fun. I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I've mostly seen like stand up mostly. I think I saw him on Saturday Night Live. Yeah, there's a lot of great comedians out there. I think that's, you know, it's great to have more voices and not less, because there's a lot of really shit comedy out there that's just like being shoved down your throat at all times, and it's just like, yeah, watch this is great. And there's just so much of it that's just so bad, and it's like, I don't know. I'm glad that we're going more independent and more what's called with comedy, especially with entertainment, especially. Because there's so much just like terrible comedy out right now that just like, oh yeah, man, this is so funny. They kind of do. Like Bill Burr has a $5 comedy special, and a lot of comedians actually do this now. They follow. Louis has a comedy special, I think, also $5, on his website. And a lot of people, like, they don't need Patreon. You see, Patreon is a bad idea. This is why, because it stops people from doing what Louis and Bill Burr do. Is they have their own platform. You know, that's the goal, right? That is the actual goal. You know, when people say I want to be fan supported, they don't mean through Patreon. They mean like, literally I have content. I host it on my website, and what's it called? Because then it's so much harder to take you down. Oh, I thought I heard Patreon. Yeah, well, it's not Patreon. I mean, like, it's not a website that, um, it's someone else's platform basically, and so they take a cut, and they also what's it called? They can take you off. They can take you offline whenever they want. If it doesn't, you got to watch your mouth. If you say a joke that's too offensive, a mob can what's it called? Can take you down. And this is the case for what's called for a lot of places. It's much harder to go through go to like Visa. You can maybe you can do even PayPal. Yeah, but the difference is, Patreon hosts your site, and they basically they're not just a payment processing what's it called. They should be thought of that. They're a platform. Um, they're not just a what's it called. They're not a payment processor per se. That's what makes them kind of like weirdly classified. I don't know. I think lately Patreon has been banning a lot of creators because they feel like it, and they say that this doesn't align with our company standard, and we're gonna ban this person. Basically, make your own Patreon, make your own bank, right? It's just I don't think you can do this. Very big problem with there's laws in our country that say, well, you can't. You have to do certain things. You can't not offer a certain type of service. But right now, some of these companies aren't treated the same way, and we're not in like the Wild West where everyone desperately needs what's it called someone to ferry them from one side to the other. We're in a different kind of survival situation, and so we have modern problems that kind of require modern solutions. And so, like, to talk about for some reason every liberal just becomes a hyper libertarian when it comes to like social media, which is like weird because like you're not really actually taking those fundamentals. You're basically a fundamentally what's it called opportunistic person. I'm just gonna I'm just a libertarian for today, which is kind of weird. And it's like whenever their ideology is like, yeah, we should be able to censor whoever. 3 people who left Patreon. I think they have a very long list of people that they've either censored or taken offline. But same with YouTube, I think. But yeah, I think it's called. Everything is politics, first of all. Politics again. It's always politics. The personal is the political. You see? So for me, the freedom of expression is personal. So I don't know. I want to defend principles. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not interested in people. I don't really care. I don't bring people up as an example. I'm saying like um, in the abstract that here's how it works, or rather, here are the normative claims that are in place rather than a descriptive claim. But yeah, I don't know. I dislike censorship. I think I really worry about because for me the line between private entity and um, government is a really easy to cross one. So, say you were very, very effective as a censorship arbiter. I believe a smart politician would probably use you in their own favor. But yeah, to cross that line, like, that could happen at any time. It doesn't have to be really crossed, like 100% crossed. Like the state doesn't have to take over a company that works. Like in the case of Russia, where they just took over Russian Facebook in 2012, I think it was. So this doesn't have to happen. What has to just happen is that basically they fall in line with an agenda and they say, okay, yeah, let's get these candidates elected. Let's, you know, let's do this. And that's kind of like what media does, I think. Yeah, I just love Bill Burr because he's so wild and totally unafraid to say things. But yeah, you could look at other states where the tech companies are much more closely knit. See what happens to employee welfare under those types of regimes, where the state says like, yeah, actually, you know what? Let's incorporate this. This is great. Much smarter. Much quicker. I feel like Orwell describes kind of American liberals, where he says they just weren't willing to enact these types of too unarticulated, too what's it called? Too fluid. Rip. Huh. I was describing a situation like George Orwell basically was describing a situation where the state incorporates technology that's powerful enough. And yeah. Haven't read it? It's good. It's a good book. You don't have to buy it. It's what's it called? It's a free book. I believe the copyright ran out like 30 years ago, my dude. Most of the good books are, you could just Google something PDF and you'll get them. Most classics, you don't what's it called? Yeah, I'm sure someone's still selling it, but they don't really, it's a what's it called? It's a book you can get for free without pirating it, I believe, because it's, copyright is out. Yeah, also read Huxley, Brand New World, also really nice. The shortest one of these shortest one of these utopian novels is probably Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit. Oh, I forgot the number. 451? Either way. That's probably the shortest one. It's like 80 pages. Huh? 1984. Yeah, that's Orwell's book. No, I was talking about what's it called? God, I forgot the author's name too. Barberry? Burberry? Bradbury? I forgot the name of the author. Don't you need 100 years for the copyright to expire for books? I don't know. I usually get most of my books for free, and they just like, no one ever cares, I think. Let me see. Book copyright. I think some of these things are distributed by like foundations, like, especially for the UK. I think it's a little bit different. So, I believe Orwell released his books in the UK, so it might be a little bit different. Book copyright UK. Let me see. Expires 7 years from the end of the calendar of the author's death in the UK. So, 1949. plus 2019. 2019 is when the copyright expires. It's 2019, so I mean, if you Google Orwell book, um, the the first, I mean, you could buy it, but or read 1984. I believe there are libraries. There are libraries that give it to you. I think that's where I got it. I think I got it from like a school, university library. That's usually where I get most of these books because they're like, who reads, of grammatology or any of these like essential philosophy books. Philosophy books. Okay. Read 1984. I think you get it from yeah, you can get it from georgeorwell.org, looks like. That might have been where I got it from. Either way, you can get it from looks like georgeorwell.org. I believe that is the what's called. You could also read his other essays too, which is pretty good. I think I read a essay on pacifism on the site. Might have been here. But yeah, most of these like books are available for free somewhere and not pirating. They're available for free. So yeah, I don't know. Like most classics, I believe you could probably get Dostoevsky's books too on your drive. If you have a Kindle subscription, I think they give it to you for free too, just like so you don't. Yeah, I feel like at that point, at the point that they're giving it away, it doesn't really matter where you get it from. In fact, I think these places should invest in P2P or some other form of torrent way of distribution in order, to cut down on bandwidth costs, because that's really what BitTorrent was originally created for. It was pitched by the guy as like a way to cut down bandwidth costs, and that some places have actually used it. Like most games that have like an auto update, what's it called, feature, like Guild Wars 2, for instance, has like something like a torrent. I think Blizzard has something similar too, and so. So yeah, I don't know. I was around for the original release of BitTorrent, so it was kind of like really weird, just growing up in that time. Real strange. I don't know what I want to do with this thing. I think for now. For now, I'll just create this like value. Light dark chiaroscuro thing. Oh yeah, I have to go to sleep early today so that I can I don't know, like most of the dystopian novels, like kind of like essays against authoritarianism, are basically are largely ignored today. I think. I feel like people read them and they just don't get them. Like Animal Farm. It's a book about animals on a farm. For some reason, it seems like those books are just kind of like outmoded. Okay, I wanna face this guy up, and maybe a little bit. Yeah, but I think everyone should read the classics. I think I think a lot of the themes are still alive today. I think a lot of them are just still very much, very much alive. I think he needs more. What expression? Some sort of surprise. Yeah, I think the expression needs help. I'm just not happy with it. I'm gonna simplify a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I want to have a expression there, but I'm not sure. It's a tough one. Fixing this one is hard. Flip it. See if that helps. Yeah, I don't know where to put the lips. TBH. That's a little closer to what I want to do with the face. Yeah, this pose is difficult. I might have to redo it. It's a tough one. This might be like a 3-hour face. Because it's like, it's difficult to tell a story when there's just not enough. It's just not enough. Ah, yeah, this one's pretty tough. Not really sure about that face. I've been chiseling away at it for like an hour. It's just like, it's not that it's not better, it's just that it's not good. Maybe tone down his mouth gap a little bit. I didn't think you liked Little Peep. What? Who? I'm not even. I'm not even listening to Little Peep. I just let what's it called play for a while. Oh. Yeah, we can try something else on. You don't like Little Peep? Let me see what else is on. That's good. I've never really listened to Little Peep, so. Yeah, I don't think I really have listened to most of these like alternative rappers. usually listen to just like um, electronic and some of these other like, I guess they're kind of fringe, but something like chill step, I guess, kind of not that fringe. It's like dubstep without all the loud noises. Still looking to redesign that figure in the back. Just kind of a lot of stuff there. Yeah, and that's kind of the the theme. Yeah, I think so. Something very much like that, I think, or at least that's what I started out with. Then I was supposed to build an environment kind of around it, give it history and all this other stuff. Messing with this guy's eye a little bit. But yeah, I think it's an interesting piece. Definitely not something that I've ever attempted, so. Yeah, I wanted to do something very like culture filled, very much kind of like, I don't know, deep. I think it was a little bit ambitious in this piece. I think I'm still paying for that. There's a lot of stuff that's just like unconnected. And there's a lot of figures. I want to correct. Been working on this guy for a little bit, but not sure if it's a lot of progress. All the working hours for teaching are like in the early morning. So I'm thinking like I might have to start streaming earlier, cause I'll probably be dead. After waking up at like 7. It's gonna be real weird to keep a streaming schedule, I think. Maybe what I'll do is like if I get it still, I'm not sure. Because I think the training's over, so basically I'm gonna get paid. But if I'm waking up at like 6 a.m. going till 9, I would guess I would have to go to sleep at like 11, maybe. I'm not sure I have to work that hard. Might just stick to. I might start light, you know. Looks like all the schedule is from like 5 to. 5 to 9. Ah, that's really early. The good news, though, is that if I'm waking up that early, I can avoid a lot of the problems of the midday. Should be something like noise and nighttime. Also, there's a lot of noise in my building, so I'm kind of worried about it. So maybe it's a good thing. Yeah. I've heard about Riot. Yeah, it's a really weird situation. Apparently the Riot CEO assaulted someone at some point. It's just a lot of stuff coming out. Like, really, really weird stuff. It's kind of like a dumpster fire. I don't even know. I haven't read into it too much, but that's like one of the things I heard, and I was like, what's going on here, man? This looks really strange. But yeah, maybe you could tell me what's going on, because I really didn't do much research. I just kind of like, I think I saw a couple tweets. I was like, okay, that's interesting. But yeah, this is kind of what happens when you don't unionize, I think. Peace with a clown. Do you know what that thing is? It's an annoying thing that you blow into. It makes a noise. Honk honk. That's a horn. Yeah, I think that's a horn. I think it's a bicycle horn usually. Wait, maybe blow into it. A vuvuzela maybe? It's some sort of horn. Like vuvuzela. Foils out. I know there's like one of those instruments that's like that. But if it's not a vuvuzela, then like could be. Some sort of yeah, what's it called, dude? I don't know. Party horn? I have never encountered this in my life. But yeah, there's some kind of weird image of the Riot CEO in a bathroom for some reason floating around the internet. It's like a lot of weird shit, man. What's this? Oh, whoa, what's this? Oh, I think I understand. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't know. A lot of weird allegations coming out. A lot of weird shit. Just like, I thought you guys did video games. And then it's just like, yeah, but also I'm gonna hit them with that Me Too shit. Just like, yeah, some of these places, the things that goes on behind closed doors is just like, what the heck, man? So many weirdos, just like, what's going on? How did this happen? Just a lot of weird stuff. Really weird. I really wanted to work for Riot, but apparently they don't treat their employees very well. It's kind of sad. And also there's like some kind of weird allegations. Just really strange. But this is like not the first story we hear in like the last, I don't know, 3 months, where it's like Fortnite devs forced to work like all the time. Just like a lot of stuff that's just like, what's going on, buddy? What is going on? Doesn't make any sense. I think I want to move this arm. Reconstruct this arm. Just a lot of weird stuff, man. Yeah, just like, don't be toxic. Oh, whoa, nuzzles you. Just a lot of like, I don't know. It's usually this is like the classic tale of hypocrisy, right? It's the priest that teaches you that you have to be moral and aesthetic. You gotta give in to that asceticism, while at the same time, being like literally the worst thing. It's just like, what? I know people are gonna defend it on like ideological grounds. It's like, oh well, this doesn't actually, like represent us. This is just, whenever I hear like, I'm a male feminist, I usually get very, very. I have a couple of friends like this, and they always tell me like this weird stuff sometimes, and I'm just like listening, and I'm like, huh, this is not how I would think someone ought to behave, but okay, whatever. It's really interesting. And yeah. Very weird people usually. I don't know, some of them are harmless, but they're just really strange. Yeah, it was a lot of rapey shit, like very, very rapey, like just very weird. I didn't know how to respond to it. It was like, it wasn't even really, it just kind of made me uncomfortable, and it was like, I'm just gonna go over here now. So generally, some of them are just like normal people and they're pretty harmless, but some of them are just like these weird train wrecks that can't catch a break in their love life, and they have these weird tendencies that come out and they tell you about them, and then it's like, what the fuck? Excuse me. So it's just like a red flag. Yeah, most like, you know, most of my friends are not um not male feminists. We have like this one guy that kind of scares us, but um yeah, or scares me, I should say. I'm not sure where the other people are on this, because they could be just like, yeah, he's harmless. I can't tell you any of the stories, but like every time he tells me one, I just like, yeah, okay, that's interesting, buddy. But yeah, I don't know. I just like anyone who argues for like something like, yeah, I want like, I don't know, some sort of oversight for men, make sure that men don't rape. It's just like, it makes me think like, wait, is this something that you feel is necessary as a man because you have these tendencies, or is it like do you see this within yourself and you project it onto others, or like it's just really, you know, very strange. And it's also kind of like this master slave mentality, this reaction to um, whatever it is the dominant ideology is, without um, being able to have any sort of, you know, have any sort of thoughts yourself. It's just like, yeah, I just, you know, I can only react to this and say like, yeah, that's so great. It's a lot of weird stuff out there, man. A lot of weird stuff. Just be an awesome person. You'll be fine, I think. I don't know. It's tough. For some reason, adherence to the law is a big problem for some of these people. And, you know, I'm not even gonna ask to have like moral principles of some sort. But yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird, and it's like it. There's like a some sort of calculus going on here, that if you do, you know, if you say the right things, um, basically you might be able to, you know, use that for leverage if you believe the right things. Um, but yeah, I think like eventually, if you're into like weird bad shit, then um, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out eventually, and then it's just gonna be like, oh wow. Yeah. Black Dynamite, I'm into weird bad shit. I don't know what that means. I think like I think the fact that they, you know, don't stand by these people, like they throw them out, um, it's still a sign that there's still like there's good people on both sides. No one wants to no one wants to be associated with the type of person. So you know it's just it's strange that there's just so many cases, right, of these people, this type of like I don't know. I don't know. There's some scary shit going on with like uh pedos like becoming like kind of like there's a whole group of people I feel like that want to make it like normative or normalize it somehow. That scares the ever living shit out of me. I don't know, like I don't know what's going on. Why Salon has op-eds where it's just like I'm not a monster. That scares the shit out of me. I don't even know why why you would choose to platform like by your own logic. Usually it's like it's very dangerous to platform a certain type of person. So it's just like when you give voice to this type of thing, it's always just like it's really baffling for me. I think it's very strange. I think it's very strange, and I don't know. It's kind of normal in some countries. I I I don't know where it's normal, but it's definitely not normal here. Or I don't know where it is normal here, if it is normal here, because like France. God, I don't really know all that much about French. The French are. It's very. I hope not. Yeah, I don't really know that much about European rule of law and what's okay there. I'm just like looking through like Twitter, where it's like people put that they're minor attracted people in their like Twitter profile, and I'm just like, this guy should be on the list. This guy should be on the list. Is someone watching? Someone watching this guy? Because like I think they had to change the law because two young girls were raped by a Middle Eastern man. Uh-oh. I know there's a whole scandal in the UK where there's a big cover up, and it's just now a lot of those people are just starting to get sentenced. So there was some sort of malfeasance, I guess, but yeah, I think it gets I think it's getting to the point where it's just like, okay, yeah, this happened, but we're taking care of it, and yeah, things are changing. I think there has to be like a zero tolerance policy for this. Like if we gave you refugee status and you rape, you gotta go. See you later. I don't know. It's just like, oops. Sorry. I don't think the British taxpayer should have to pay for these terrible people that that they've imported out of the goodness of their hearts, right? They didn't ask for this. They weren't like, if they knew, they obviously wouldn't have, right? Or I guess in France. But yeah, it seems like it's weird because there's a lot of these cases where you read about it, and it's like in the UK, man not deported. Um, people stop deportation of rapist. It's like, what? Yeah, human rights are important. I absolutely agree. There's got to be, there's a, yeah, absolutely. There's, tons of, the thing is that citizenship in a country is not that's not, or refugee status is not a like a human right, and this like we can't kick you out now because well, obviously because like the place where they came from probably doesn't want the to incur the cost either, right? Why do we have to jail them? You took them, so have fun. I don't know. They're not really a proponent for like capital punishment or anything like that, but there's like I don't know. I feel like some things are just inexcusable, and just there's no solution, no good solution. So yeah, it's tough. I don't know, like I don't understand how this happens exactly. Um, just like, is it just like okay? This is like how it's done, in your culture, or is it like? Because there's definitely a devaluation of uh, women as people in some of these countries. Huge devaluation. There's a lot of like this like Muhammad was a feminist type of stuff going around. Just baffling. And I don't know, like on the um on the verge of evil. So generally, if your religion represents something, the extremist of that religion would be the most like pure, like the quintessential, whatever that is, the essence of whatever. So if you say, we're a religion that values women, then the extremist of that religion would be like, I don't know, advocating for the pink tax, something like that. He would be so feminist, so for women's rights, that it would just, it would go overboard. It has to be full steam ahead. Feminism is a go, right? But that's not what you usually see, right? I don't think I've ever seen that on memory TV. Don't think that's ever happened. Same way that if your religion, you say my religion is a religion of peace, then I would be like, oh, cool, like Buddhism, right? So you're like radically peaceful. That's what like the extremist in your, extreme Zen Buddhism, right? That's exactly right. That's what it is. Huh. Interesting. Christianity, for all its faults, has this thing where it's like radical forgiveness. And it's like, man, that's a little crazy. I don't think we should forgive pedophiles. And they're just like, no. See, we're a religion of forgiveness. And I was just like, no, I don't think I don't think, no. you can't you can't do this. So I don't know. So they're actually kind of extreme in that way, right? Extreme forgiveness. Seems like China has an idea of how to do this, how to integrate migrants, um, and it's being like very badly reported. I feel like I don't think that, um, I don't think that like they're overblowing it. China is just like flexing, basically. I think, although I'm not sure. Obviously, I'm not there, but I think China's point is, if you want to be part of this country, you have to be part of this country. Um, and so, I don't think liberalism has much space for that. Um, so, but yeah, when I look at Europe, I become a little terrified. It's just very scary. But yeah, it's strange. It's strange. It really is strange. The time we're living in is so weird. I think we're gonna see a lot more allegations like riot come out. Um, Hopefully they'll be true allegations. Still, we don't have like All we have is like the court of public opinion. There's been no investigation. But it's a lot of weird stuff. Shit. Maybe select that. That would be a good place for. You know what? Actually, thinking like I wanna get rid of this crossbar. I think it'll look good. Hey Andre, what's up, dude? How's it going? Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Just drawing some epic scenery, rendering stuff out, you know, little by little. Yeah, yeah. It's a lot of stuff to render. It's kind of challenging, but I'll get there eventually. So I'm just gonna keep pushing through it. Yeah, yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I think so. I think it looks okay for now. Need to get a bunch of stuff in still, but yeah, I think I have some neat ideas in there. Some things I can develop into into um something I can use. Yeah, um a lot of weird parts. I haven't figured out some of them just yet. Um, you know, how do I tell the story the best way? You know, what do I emphasize? But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Hopefully by the end of the day, it's much more finished than when I started. Since you know, kind of slow, going, but yeah, it's just a lot of stuff that I, you know, I'm not absolutely sure about. Doing a lot of trial and error, so a lot of time is being lost on uh, you know, things that don't work out. But you know, eventually I'll get to a good point, I think, and then I can call it done. Unfortunately, this was supposed to be like a contest entry, but I ran out of time. Um, oh, I could start accessorizing them a little bit too. I feel like, you know, add a belt or two, things like that might work. Because the designs are pretty simple right now. So. The rendering is pretty simple too. Just a lot of mistakes all over the place. So I'll get to those. I'll get to those as I go. Just when I'm drawing like in an environment, I usually have way too much stuff going on. And I tend to forget how things work. But yeah, I think a couple more days on this and I'll be done. Yeah, I changed this guy's head really radically. He might need a bigger head. That might need to happen. Yeah, just a little bit bigger, not too much. But yeah, pushing some of these designs like in and out, thinking about like what can I do to make a. Hey, thanks for the lemon, bot. Appreciate it. Yeah, looking to see what I can muster in here. I'm gonna save it. I think it's getting pretty big. I might have to delete some of this. What's over here? Okay, I've got a statue that I'm gonna use. Okay. Got a couple statues that I'm still using, really. Borrowing texture from. I'm gonna move these over too, into the references. I think I still have to do a little bit more. A little bit more anatomy-wise. Really, get some of it really correct. Probably have to have some sort of design for a strap, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I just have to keep it as a toga. But make it much more readable. But still stony. It's like the constant fight between the textures and the forms. I'll have to maybe make it a little bit more readable. Hey, Doofmaster 4000. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I'm still working on it. Still working on it. Still want to do some stuff with it. Think I'm on to the right path though. So yeah, glad you like it. It's a contest entry for Bjournament 3. Unfortunately, round 3. Unfortunately, I missed the deadline. As you can see, I'm still painting it. I think I went a little bit ambitious on the on a lot of this stuff, and so I was balancing it in some other work I was doing, and yeah, I ended up not finishing. You know, that's just how it goes. Hopefully my opponent will be a no-show. I can win by default. But yeah, I mean, the win doesn't really matter. It's more about, like, you know, doing the best you can, getting some work done. Yeah. The win is just kind of like an extra piece of motivation. Yeah, I think so. Whoops. What's on this layer? Nothing? I'm gonna delete that layer then. I think I just layered out something that wasn't there. Whoops. Hey, yeah. Let me see. I have way too many layers here. I'm just trying to do too much. I'm gonna merge down some of this so that I can. That one's too big. About. I think I want to merge down some of the older layers because I'm not gonna use them anyway. Not really. I just have them like for show really. If I wanted to show you like a previous version, I don't really organize them too much. I just kind of draw on one layer basically, and I make a lot of backups. That's usually how I go. Yeah, unless it's client work, in which case like I might need more than backups. And in that case, like, yeah, I'll keep layers separated if I have to. That's definitely a thing. Yeah, same. Yeah, I think I'm just like a messy person. I usually end up drawing on the wrong layer. So I just when I need to I can do it, but like I prefer being a little bit more free. I don't know. I usually like skip around. I don't usually use the same brush. I have a lot of brushes that are kind of like just, fun textures and stuff so that um I can create whatever it is that I'm looking for. So, I don't think I've ever counted the brushes. I think that's I usually use like a couple main brushes and then like soft brush. That was kind of like a main brush. And then what's it called? But yeah, I don't think I've ever really counted how many brushes I use. Just never really even occurred to me. Yeah. Most of the time, I think you can fix almost anything with one of the softer brushes. Those are kind of my favorites, I think. Either soft round or soft what's it called? So I usually go heavy on the texture and then I start noodling out whatever it is that I'm looking for. I think I want to have more render here. I think I want to hide the light. I want to keep some of the what's it called though? some of the shadow. Yeah, this area should be pretty dark. So if I don't turn the form, it's gonna look flat. I'm gonna start turning it a little bit. I have a little reflected light from the bottom, but I think I want to simplify it so it's not so crazy looking. Especially since this is like a foreground object. I don't think I have the luxury of weird rendering errors. I think I can have more light here though. I think like around here I can have much more light. This should probably be a little darker. Kind of want to bring in a little bit of reflected light. Should be good. Hey, thanks, bot. Appreciate it. I'm trying. Should be done soon. You know, like in a couple days. And then I can start something new. I don't know what I'll be working on. I tend not to think too far ahead. But it'll definitely be something. I don't want to get too excited about a new work before I finish one though, because then I might not want to finish the other one. It's like, yeah, I'm stoked to work on this. I think it's about here, this thing. This could be a magical ring. Just gonna make sure all the parts are erased. Might also change the color of the spell. I think I chose red, but I'm not even sure what color petrification would be, like if it had a color. Might use something else. Yeah, but there should be some spell effects. I'm gonna go into Rangia's pack and pick up a couple. That's a pretty neat one. I don't want to make them so strong that I have to, re-render everything to have red in it. Correct this a little bit. Get a little bit more. Circular. That'll help. Let me see what's on this layer. Okay. But yeah, I want some varied spell effects, but I don't want them to be like super there. I just want them to be kind of like remnants of magic rather than, the actual thing. I haven't really drawn too much grass also. That could be something I work on. I actually really like this brush. I'm gonna take it. I have a similar one, but I feel like this one might do it better. Very hard brush. Yeah, unfortunately that sword is in the wrong position. I think I wanna up until this point I think I want it to be very purple. This guy looks like a budget Frodo. Drawing faces from like the side and the back is always very tough for me. That's like one of the things I want to study a little bit. Again, that and lips. is something I just can't get right. Hmm. Also unsure about that arm. Man, I'm too nervous about my interview. Too nervous. I feel like I'm gonna flunk it. It's the third interview in a row that I feel like I'm just gonna flunk. Can't keep my eye on the arts. Keep my mind on the art. Alright, let me take a look. Where did we go? Very small details today. Very small. I'll probably still have to change this guy's face. I just don't. I don't like this face either. I think I might go back, but I don't really like any of these faces either. Yeah, it's just been kind of downhill for that face. Hmm. Maybe a little brown. It's just like too long or something. I don't know. This one looks very oily, this brush. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, so I think I wanna cut down the length of this face. Maybe I could just move it down a little bit. Duplicate, merge. Yeah. Something like that. I think that's almost it. That's almost where I want it to go. Still a little bit of a shape here, I think. That's pretty close. Maybe widen the forehead a little bit. Maybe not. I don't know. feel like the shapes are almost correct. But whenever I start rendering, it suddenly doesn't work. Yeah, that mouth is very difficult. I don't know what I'm going to do there. Mm. Let me see. Let me see. Do I have any? I guess I could use this one. Even though it's not exactly. Let me see. Man looking surprised from the back. Let me try that. Surprised man from behind. How about just man from behind? Let's try that. Open mouth. Oh god, man shot through the face with arrow. Why did you show me this, Google? I didn't ask for this. How about man looking away? How about this man? Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. What? That's it, but... This is so close. not that close. You see man from the side, maybe. It's not really behind, it's from side. It's not totally side, it's more like behind its side. This is kind of close. So I might have to cut the expression. Because it doesn't look like there's enough space. That might be good enough. I think I want to turn this muscle, turn the form a little bit. Here too. Turn it towards the viewer, foreshorten it. Yeah, I think I want to work on that one some more. But I think it's a little better than previous version. Maybe a little bit more nose. That is a hard one. I like the shapes better, but I don't like the don't like that face. Missing something. I might Photoshop a face in. 'cause I'm not sure what. Missing. Maybe it's the lips. Maybe it's the hair. It's definitely that top part of the head. But when you tilt, wanting to have a good looking man here. One that's like, get those boyish good looks. But that's very difficult in the perspective. Okay, little by little. That might work. I'll just have to photo bash his hair a little bit. And then fix this character. This guy needs like lips or something. think I might have to re-render that as a 3D object. Might also have to create this light source. Yeah, I think I will have to re-render it. Okay. Looks okay. Need to move this thing out a little bit. I'm gonna make him naked on one side. Give him like a toga. Now to think about his face and hair. But yeah, it's getting there. Yep. Want this thing to like kind of bend towards the viewer. Yeah, I don't know. something like that. I want that pillar to work in the foreground. I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it though. That's definitely something for tomorrow. But yeah, I think I'll take a break here. I could get a bunch done. I think most of the composition works much better. That guy's head still needs work. Small details here and there. Not in love with some of the changes. But I have them all like layered out, so I could just go back if I really wanted to. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, this thing I don't know about. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break here. Thanks for hanging out. See you tomorrow.